Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は282日目です。It is day 282日目です。It is day 282. Lesson day. Lesson day, lesson day. So this will be the day that I take a leap day on the Inktober stuff. Although tomorrow seems pretty stacked too. Okay. We're hitting some big stacks 2 days in a row, and then a fall off. This is 1, 2. Today's Tuesday. Yes. 1, 2. This will carry into third. Oh, things are piling up. Got some rest yesterday, a little bit more than the previous 2 days. Gotta keep vigilant. Things are kind of falling off a bit. Okay. Let's go over some of the stuff. Got plenty of things to go over from yesterday. Let's see. Uh, he, Higaisha, right? Higaisha. Was it a, yeah. And, it'll work. Fine. Victim. And needs to warm up. There's also K. Experienced person. K Kensha. Right? K Kensha. Ken. That doesn't. That's not right. Something like that. Everything is a little bit tilted. Fine. Experienced person. Then we have Tashikameru. Right. Tashikameru. Uh It's kind of horizontal distance. Send help. Make sure. Gikai. Or Kikai. Kikai. Or Jikai. Kikai. Kikai. Opportunity. Shitomeru. 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 Dang it. That's fine. There's also Mitomeru. Mitomeru is... recognize or acknowledge. What is Tomeru? I feel like it's... Oh, I'm missing something as well. Hinan suru. Hinan suru. I forgot the top. Is that flower? Don't remember. Nope. I'm gonna say... That doesn't look right either. Oh, it's a bucket. Oh, that could definitely be better. To criticize. Stomeru. Stomeru. It's gone. Serve that. Ugh. Task. Oh. Spear. Winter. Heck. Why is Task being a butt? That's kind of a weak character. I keep thinking it's a sword, but when I imagine it, it doesn't look correct. Shitomeru. Those are the many, actually. There are quite a few weak ones yesterday. I've come to some reasonable way of implementing like an extra layer of mnemonics on top. More than that, as I planned it out. And let's get into our review. So. Huh. What the heck is that? What the heck? It's a railway, alright. Oh. I think I might have typed Tatsu instead of Tetsu.
Shitetsu.
Tetsu. Private railway. Dang.
Shūchū.
YouTube. What? Gather middle? Ew. How do you gather, concentrate? Okay. What? That not... Oh, I'm typing. Whoops.
大規模
People. I keep typing ba instead of bo for that.
Yukata. 巻き寿司
Okay. Oh, wait. Oops. Wait.
悪影響
影響
手渡す
出す
属する
属するor Hmm.
心配
心配 Okay. Heck. Man, that's the best I got. Yeah, that was Oh no, wait. What? Definitely like a paved road, right? Oh no, not a paved road. A dirt road. So the only other one would be
路地
Cozy. Sure, this is like a dirt road. Okay. Oh.
軽い
Heck. What? Really?
従える
Oh, I had a typo.
頑張れ
再来月
再来月
お手拭き
if
抜ける
it is. This is the call out. Okay. Getting astray.
.効果的
効果的
印
Sushi. This might be humble.
統一
No. Oh, it could just be that though. Oh. So let's practice the new routine, right? But what do I see? I see the moon, our gladiator. I see Shoal. Chi. Find them. Oh, it's just ka. Like katsu. Kachi.
勝ち
Kachi. Probably the you already know this meaning. Yes, complacent. All right. So I'll just stare at this for a moment and just combine what is necessary to get it. Make sure. Okay. Gladiator used his power to win the cheese and car. Ah. Okay. The heck?
進化
Inca. Dang it. I tried Shinka twice. But Huh? Hmm. Come back to that. Oops.
手がかり
Buddy.
Senro
Sendo. Like a direct line. Press line? Sendo. What's another way for sendo? I mean, it's a line. Like a train line, probably. Or train railway. Just a railway. Alright, all of them are very much the same things. Yes. Okay.
Nogyo
Tokyo.
抜き出す
That's mm,
費やす
答える
hotel.
顔
Heck. Gone. mm,
創立
創立 Oops. Okay.
"着替え
I,
鉄人
鉄人 Ooh.
秒
Yo.
年配
Senpai.
日本酒
日本酒 Heck. What? Oh, onyomi. What the onyomi? Probably not. Probably not hot. uh. Oh.
.小規模 漢字
分解
Right. Yellow? Okay. Hmm. I'll write something for this too. So I see. That's
集める
alright. Oh, it has an expression in it. Most prominent thing is turkey, right? So tree can be used as wood. I need to gather, to collect wood, to smoke the turkey. Make sure the fire is atsui. Oh, there, like fire is atsui. Smoke the turkey. Cook and Meru off others. WYD. What am I doing? We are doing our Japanese lessons for today, or our reviews and lessons today. The first thing I do most of the days of 2025. What are you doing today? What are you up to? Dance. That. Indomie noodles? Original? What are we talking about? The goreng flavor, I imagine? Let's see. Advance, maybe it ugh. Oh, it's not tsutsu, it's susu, suzu, or
進める
Oh, what's a less ambiguous answer? I don't know, to advance something that's a little bit less ambiguous. Oh, fancy chicken flavor. Oh, okay. Okay. What do you do with the Indomie noodles? Any extras? How are you sprucing it up? All right. So this is keen, right? Oh, it's sheen. Oops, sheen. All right. So I'm supposed to see turkey and scooter. I can do meru. Advance. Advance is fine. Got on his scooter. To make sure both Sues got their turkey meru. Ugh. Mayo and hot sauce mixed with a little pasta water and the flavors in the back. Okay, then just mix in the noodles. Simple. You ran out of any canned meat, but that would be there if you had some. Ah, okay, okay. What time of day is it for you right now? 8 p.m.? I'm taking a wild jab. There are some reasons for me to believe that almost 7. Oh, you're 1 hour. You're 1 hour before me. Okay, I was thinking you're either EST or somewhere within a 2-hour time zone. Given what we talked about and what you're eating at the moment.
部
Apartment. Club. What was my last meal? My last meal, it was yesterday. After the stream. Sometimes I kind of have a snack before stream, but I typically eat once a day. My meal is after stream today.
電鉄
Tetsu. Okay.
進む
Same deal. This time intransitive.
激励
Kirei. Okay, kirei. It was yummy. Oh, you consumed it. Oh, right. Right. Okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't know if you've already made. So, how often you're asking if it was yummy? Oh, and was it yummy? Oh, okay. I mean, last dinner. Last dinner was pretty standard. 2 servings of romaine lettuce, blanched, some garlic, 2 eggs, 2 eggs over easy, 2 servings of white rice, and 2 fillets of fish. That's actually kind of most of the dinners. Actually, most of the dinners involve 2 eggs over easy and rice, and then 2 servings of greens of some sort. Also, I don't actually have to make it. My father likes to prepare dinners. I'm not the one to prepare dinners. We kind of eat from maintenance unless we're going out. Like, if parents want to go out. I don't typically go out too often. But the family doesn't go out too often. And then maybe like 20 or 30 minutes later ish, a protein shake. And that'll be about the day. I wait for the meal to settle before I drink a protein shake. Usually a low sugar protein shake. Koichi. Koichi印象.
第一印象
Do you live alone? It's been a while since I've lived alone. I've gone through phases.
見抜く
Inuku. Good. You live with your aunt? Aw, Auntie Leg. Because she's near school. I see. Oh, which, by the way, we talked about being prepared for some comments, right? Oh yeah. Hold up. You weren't kidding when you said, hey, hang on. We got plenty of time, right? Today. Well, not that much time, but yeah, you weren't kidding when you said you've done artwork your entire life. Let's do some lightning round. I have some burning questions. First question. Books. How do you choose the books? Do they solicit you? Or do you pick up projects based on your own interest? Like, how does your process work for those book covers? I see that you did a lot of book covers, right? Am I right? Those were book covers, right? Oh, I looked at the wrong account. Oh, did I? Oh, maybe I looked at the wrong account. You gave me the name in Whisper, right? And I looked up that name. Hold up. Perhaps they look like book covers? Hold up. Oh no. I didn't consider the idea that there were more than one person. Oh no. Hold up. Oh. Wait. Oh, I looked at the wrong person. Oh, now I have even more burning questions. Oh my. Okay, I did look at the wrong person. Now I have even more questions. Wow, holy heck. All right, you're gonna have to give me a different day. I was looking at someone named Ledger, which happens to be the first hit based on that name actually. Oh no, it's not. It was a different one. Yeah, Ledger Art. I was looking at Ledger Art. Yeah. That person is interesting. There's a really big coincidence. I had a lot of things about that too. Oh, okay. You're gonna have to give me a moment to digest this. Alright, you're gonna have to give me another evening. But sorry, I saw your little cat tube thing. The feline burst thing. That's pretty funny. Okay. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Really go with the surrealism. Is this what you imagine a lot of times? So I was trying to follow together, so oh, interesting. Yeah, you're gonna have to give me time to digest this. This is a lot more, I'm gonna have to say a lot more interesting. But like, there's a lot to take in. Yeah, this is quite a lot. I wonder how this is gonna get into marketing. Yeah, it's very avant-garde. Do you post regularly? Okay, can you you don't? Okay. Can you tell me something? I don't use Instagram. So there's been recently, there's 3 people who done Instagram. And or like just recently used Instagram. Can you tell me how things are dated? Like when I click on a post on Instagram, right? Is that date on the bottom under likes the date it was originally posted? because I understand there's a date on the top where it says it was last edited by like the person who posted it. But is the little tiny date under likes, is that the original post date? Like, and on a person's Instagram page, is it always the most recent to the lowest? You believe the bottom is the original. Okay, okay. Yeah, I am a very... Okay, and then when it has no year, it just means it's the current year, right? It's always chronological. Okay, okay. All right. Because dates really mean a lot to me, because I want to know the state of mind and like how current things are, because as I mentioned along the last time we talked, it's really about the context of the person's like time, like because we lived in different times across our lives. Man, you have some weird ones, which is pretty cool. For like, hear me out, like when I was looking at the other guy's person, like ledger art, that person screamed to me like they've been in marketing for a very long time. By coincidence, they've been in marketing, like a type of art for marketing purposes for a long time. So it was a very huge coincidence that you and this person, the Instagrams hit and ordered in a specific way. Yeah, he's a professional artist at the core. Yeah. So that doesn't, or ledger art is a professional artist at a core, but you don't know what that person don't post, basically. So that is a business channel, right? Some people pronounce ledger, light ledger. Yeah, basically. So but this isn't, it's not because of that. It's because the hit results are organized in a different way. Like yesterday someone gave me they're working on a family cartoon, and I had to put in the 5 Z's because there were many of them. Like, so all the top hits are off the same name, but in order for that person's Instagram to show up, I had to put in 5 Z's after. So this is, I've talked about this before, how like algorithms and search engines can be they can be biased in the sense of using numbers, right? Metrics. So this would be one of those situations again. Like, I have a lot of questions, but we're gonna wait till next time to talk about it, because you have so much expression in the stuff you draw. Obviously the other person, it's their business channel, so their stuff has very coherent and deliberate intention behind them. But I figured if you're interested in marketing, at some point that's kind of where it goes. You balance the professionalism and your own social liberties, right? This is pretty unhinged, but I do I do pick up some of the things. Sorry, I'm looking at your one with Mune and the priests. Yeah, you think you could also seek out WoW companies that are okay with the Brave style? You can. Like okay to get strange at? You probably can. When you find them, right? They would be indie companies, right? They would definitely be. You definitely have an indie look to things. Perhaps a company that really enjoys Giger or Geiger stuff, because I personally think this stuff really vibes with that. Or someone that a company that's really into perhaps body horror stuff or cosmic horror stuff. Just wonky things. Some of these pieces kind of reminds me of the very early Games Workshop, Unhinged Games Workshop artists. Those individuals who did things for 40k. That's a personal share. I have friends who are into 40k. Like, specifically into 40k. So pretty much like the early days of 40k and whatnot, you know, very reminiscent. Interesting. Well, burning questions aside, tabletop or video game? Tabletop. They're more into 40k, not for the tabletop, but for the art aspect. They've been making miniatures and sculpting miniatures, custom conversions and whatnot for pretty much as long as I remembered. Maybe 20 to 30 plus years of experience. At this point, they I keep saying they, and I don't mean that as a pronoun situation. I mean, they're 3 brothers. They're triplets. So they, as in literally they. The one writes a magazine for the craft, the hobby. The other, like all 3 of them do some extent of contributing to this hobby of theirs. They pursue it as long as I recall. And I would actually call them semi-professional. But they aren't. The reason why I say they're semi-professional is because they have day jobs. All 3 of them are scientists. All 3 of them were my best friends. And we were all colleagues together. And then we kind of went off our own way in graduate school. So all 4 of us are postdoctoral people. And they all work in science. Still. Science and science adjacent things. But they keep up with that hobby. I kind of read their articles when they release. Yeah, man. Now I have like a really about face. But I do imagine an artist to be like that though. The ledger art, that's how I imagine an artist who balances between the liberties of creativity. Obviously, now that I understand what your side of your creativity is, like what your trait oriented interest is, this person, if you look at that person's art, for example, it is incredibly vibrantly like varied in art style and stuff. So despite it having the air of their clients suggestions, so that person is much more of a freelancer than maybe you're looking for, where you're looking for a specific company who allows you the liberty of creating personal arts and whatnot. I've often thought to myself that when it comes to art, it's about the client, not myself. That makes me more creative. Like an integration. Your account is meant to be professional in the sense that you're an artist who makes fine art equals one-off piece of art, not for commercial use. That's fair. So then you're going into education about marketing. It's kind of a tough conflict. There's some very inherent conflicts of interest between fine art and marketing. I can understand fine art and a different type of degree, but marketing would be a conflict of interest, right? Unless you find that your client is that challenges you is the sort of creation. So for myself, like if I were to contrast, this is where you and I are as far apart as humanly possible while still trying to create empathy about what we said last time about maturity and youth. My youth comes from the ability to problem solve, and that deals with the creative process. So in a way, I enjoy marketing and professionalism of that nature. I don't actually believe that um, unhinged free liberties ultimately challenges one's creativity than doing both. So things like requiring a task, that task imbues a lot of restriction. How do you liberate yourself and elevate those restrictions, which is what we were talking about when it comes to aging and maturity and immaturity. So, and it'll be interesting to see what type of balance you end up striking between your pursuit of marketing and ultimately your liberties and creativities of fine arts, right? The fine arts. Yeah. I can tell you what you have now really does play well to books, especially very specific books. That's why I made the consensus like, oh yeah, what you're saying kind of matches with that guy, because book covers are a fantastic way of marketing due to the resurgence of books. And many of those books have very avant-garde and abstract artwork on them. In your head, they are separate, like the day job and the art. One can approach life that way, I think. To me, that's very idealistic. And separating things certainly will remove the conflict of interest. However, living double lives isn't necessarily something I relate to. I don't empathize with that at all. My job is also my life. Most of the things are integrated together. So when they're synthesized together, it's as though most things are positive. So I don't tend to separate things. That's not to say that what other people do. Like, other people can do that pretty well, and you may be very much one of them. Like, my hobby is part of mine. You would love to both illustrate and make your own picture-based books? Interesting. That's a privilege not easy to achieve. What is a privilege that's not able to achieve? The thing that you're seeking or the thing that I'm seeking? I think the thing you're seeking is a privilege that's not easy to achieve. The thing that I described is ultimately what makes professionalism possible, especially consistent professionalism. You find the core things that you compromise, that you spend, that's the core of you, to imbue into the quality of the things you must do professionally. To do what you love as a job is a great idea, but that's not what I said. I think, in my opinion, if I want to be direct, you think that's what I said, and therefore you don't believe it to be true. What you want is a privilege. Basically, you never have to learn to like things you don't want to do. And you want to compartmentalize them so that you can manage that every single day of your life. So there will be parts you don't want to do, there will be parts you do want to do. I think, to me, that's a privilege that you can have. When you have to do things, you have to learn how to problem solve them, and you bring some of your core into them. That's, to me, is far more manageable. So you bring joy to your work, and you bring some of your work to your safe space. The idea is you find balance between them. So if you think that's a privilege, I think you and I have very different philosophies on which is more manageable. It's a very, very startling privilege to not have your work encroach upon your personal life, and then your personal life not be part of your work. Like, that's being not human to me. It's being robotic. You talk about art in your interview a lot? Okay, that's fair. I mean, I hope you manage. I don't know what it's like. It's like kind of what I mean by content creation, where when a content creator, you know, after 3 or 4 years, they say, hey guys, we have to have this talk. While I'm on screen, I do all these things. But when I'm off screen, I'm a mess. Those are the people that I tend to associate with the idea of spending a lot of their time compartmentalizing most of their life. I love my work because I learned to love it. I learned to love things that I'm not working on. So I brought that into the work that I love. So it became one and the same. It wasn't born out of hoping for the ideal situation in which you love to work. That's coincidence. That's happenstance. It's very different. Have I worked in retail before? I have. Have you worked in food services before, Leg? Because I have as well. 5 years? Have you worked in food services? Here, I'll also give you, I mean, like, because you're relatively younger than me, it could be for 5 years. Oh, food services? Well, then there you go. I've learned to do my best in food services. Have you volunteered at a soup kitchen before? Have you done outreach? Like, if you want to make this a competition, the only way I can tell you is that I still don't compartmentalize between my different experiences. I try my best because a part of me is in what I do. You can choose to separate them, then you can have work that is unfeeling, and then personal work that's very filled with feeling. And then you get to choose when to share them, I suppose. That's certainly your prerogative, right? You enjoy elements of your job, but overall you clock out and then went to people who I truly love. Yeah. So that is the aspect that you and I will most definitely be more so colleagues, because I invest in everything I do. I don't do second place. So if I have to go to work and I really hate it, I learn to truly love it by bringing everything I've got into the work. And to me, that's what being a professional is. Not that you have to believe what a professional is. I'm explaining what my definition of a professional is. So when someone comes at me and says, this is my professional work, but I usually leave out most of the stuff that I am truly passionate about because my professional work is not the same, then I'm not professionally interested in you. I don't do or hire or like individuals who compartmentalize things, because when they compartmentalize things, it means they're not all there. That's my personal take, obviously. But we can always appreciate our own lifestyles and our values that we choose to do. It does check out with what we were talking about with maturity and immaturity, right? Some of us may mature early, and because of that maturity early, there is less exploration of empathy and compassion. The things you're talking about, in my opinion, is exactly why I think talking to younger people nowadays on the internet is very interesting to me, because I don't share most of those types of balances. They attempt to juggle their life and partition their life to goods and bads, wants and don't wants. I don't see the difference in that one's life has to be compartmentalized like that. I tried when I was younger. It didn't work for me personally. So anecdotally, there was some similar strokes early on. There are very vastly different strokes now. And different strokes is like saying agreeing to disagree, which is, again, one of those statements that are used by someone who chooses not to be compassionate or empathetic, right? So it's very hard to empathize with that type of statement. I suppose we have an impasse is what typically happens. Not on my part, in my opinion, because I truly do spend most of my time trying to empathize with the person. You don't think you have the mental energy or stability to not compartmentalize your work with all of its destructive people. You're choosing, in my opinion, and this is a very harsh reality, you're choosing to think that, and you chose to believe that it is the destructive people, but you have yet to realize that there are even people who are not destructive, who are supportive. But you don't encounter supportive people if you make the assumption that is always destructive, traumatic, and based on like your probably past traumatic experiences. If someone betrayed you, your own projection is that everyone is there to betray you. But hear me out. The person who betrays people the most are people who are self-centered. And when they are self-centered, they attract and work for self-centered people. The way to communicate and associate more people of compassion is to be compassionate yourself. Unconditionally, to the point even bad actors do not hold sway over you. But if you choose to be egotistical and narcissistic, then you are more inclined to be surrounded by narcissistic and self-controlled people. And that is an environment that you must be comfortable with. So if you are truly happy in understanding that you spend most of your time guarding against cynical and destructive people that you see, then that is definitely a working solution, right? You build yourself up around the environment that you see yourself being consistently in. However, when you talk to someone else who has a different prerogative, right, or a principle, I can assure you that the vast majority of people around me are supportive as opposed to destructive. Yes, there were destructive people in my life. They paled in comparison to the number of supportive people. You don't think that would be too far of an assumption, not knowing your past? You're making too far of an assumption in many ways. It doesn't have to be that I have to be correct about these things. And I'm not talking about you very specifically. I'm talking about patterns that I have observed. So they might not incline. You could keep telling yourself you're incredibly special and you're an exception to the things. I'm not saying I can predict your past or your future. I'm suggesting things that correlate. If you express and act a certain way, you tend to attract that way. And it's not based on the assumption of your past, but the language you're using with all of its destructive people. That's not someone who's illustrated of compassion and loving. That is someone who's self-centered, narcissistic, and believe that world is out to get them. And it's a great rationalization for being a compartmentalizer. That's basic management. That's not basic. If it was basic, you would have the energy to do so. Like, if you choose to trivialize what I say, then that is probably one of the very reasons you don't have the mental energy to do so. It is not basic if you don't have the mental energy or stability to do so. It is very complicated. I mean, you were abused by people at work? Welcome to the club. And there was light and dark? Well, there was light. There's usually light and dark in most things. The light does shine through. Not in your language. The language you use does not shine through. It does not communicate to me that you actually believe that. You learned about that in your first management class. I hope management class changes your outlook or like affects your outlook in a positive way. But I feel like oftentimes when you say things, it's often incredibly defensive. So it comes from a place of abuse, trauma, probably individuals that, you know, in your brief life so far, there are more bads than goods. And I totally get that. And I don't necessarily think it may change in the future because I don't know what your environment is. Your environment could legitimately be stacked against you in terms of toxicity or some things. But there are things you also control based on how you express and project them. And yes, if it's more than 50% dark, it will still appear dark. The difference is, are you concentrating on how much darkness there is or how much lightness there is? Light could represent 5% of the darkness. You know, like 95% of it could be dark. But if you're aiming to have that 5% become 6%, that has nothing to do, that has very little that has a different transformative effect than saying the darkness is 95% and now it is 94%. You're not able to handle abuse like me, and that don't diminish your value. That doesn't diminish your value. I don't think like much like that what you're trying to insist. I will echo what you say. You don't know my past. So it's very difficult to know that either. I can assure you though, those who handle abuse were also abused. Those who are able to build tolerance for abuse and manage abuse are those who are likely more experience extensive abuse in their life. Now, abuse is a very general term and it can be experienced in many different ways. Self-harm is a form of abuse. So, compartmentalization can be abusive to oneself as well. The question is, are you net positive, or you're looking for positive things, or you're choosing to project negativity? Because to me, when someone projects negativity, it means I distance myself from them. You say you're empathetic, but you don't legitimize your struggles. You think if you hear someone speaking like you should recognize something that shouldn't be poked further? You say, you think I say that I'm empathetic? I'm not empathizing with you right now. I'm trying to be, but I don't. I literally said that. I literally said that like 10 minutes ago. That because of the way you recently spoke, I don't empathize with you. We are at odds. It's an impasse. Those are the words I used. I have no... Just because I'm trying to empathize, the empathy is a two-way streak. If you want to blame me for all your problems, that's perfectly fine. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm not trying to empathize. Empathy goes both ways. One must receive and give at the same time. Like, I don't legitimize your struggle because you're choosing not to listen to anything I'm saying. I think if you hear someone speaking like you should recognize something that shouldn't be poked further. Feel free. It's go for it. You can... I won't poke further because empathy requires poking further. So if you choose not to, that's fine. Perhaps it isn't time for you to go utter Zen mode. I can grow up a little bit more. You simply said different strokes because I don't want you to live like you. You don't have to live like me to listen to what I have to say. But you can continue to be dismissive and say that I'm not listening to you in order to compartmentalize yourself. That's fine. Like, it is your prerogative. I like to tell you what I see and what I hear from you. And then you can take it for face value, right? And then I if you want to, like, I will have to accept that you hear me. That's all I can say. I can tell you that I don't think you empathize with me, and I don't empathize with you. It both has to happen at the same time. Empathy is two ways. I don't get to choose whether you care about what I say. It's up to you to decide if you care. And you don't diminish what you say by saying I don't want to live like that. You actually said you don't want to live like you, not that. So I think you want to live like me, and I'm not saying you should live like me. The observation that I have about people who want to live like you, as in the thing that you're describing, are the things I'm describing right now. People who compartmentalize are also tend to be surrounded by people who compartmentalize. So when you go to work, for example, not you, some hypothetical person, and you're wondering, I want an environment that when people go to work, they compartmentalize their work, right? So when you find that company, I hope that those people will have the same prerogative and priorities as you do. Now, what comes with the same priorities? Well, when you go to work, people don't care about each other because they don't bring their empathy to work. They compartmentalize. It's business. Like when you go to a company, like a CEO of a big corporation, people treat that work with a lack of empathy. It's about getting things done. Pragmatism. Not about loyalty. It's about numbers. And those are the things that keep it manageable. When you go home, that's when you reveal yourself, when you express yourself. Right? So that's perfectly fine. Like, I don't work in that environment, unfortunately. So we've personally, the two of us, have reached an impasse on that. If I go to work, I bring cookies. I ask people how their day were. I want to socialize with them, right? They are my teammates. If they are down, the weakest of us are the weakest of the group. So in my environment, I would look for a company that hopefully, or a business that operates like that. And you asked me if I worked in retail. Like if I work in retail or food, and I said, do you work in food services, right? The example I was gonna tell you is I didn't work at McDonald's. I didn't work at like a conglomerate. I worked at mom and pop shops and family owned places. Like I worked at a bowling alley that was owned by a family. So those people cry, people share their frustration. It's kind of unprofessional at times, but it helps with the communication and bringing each other together. So yeah, baggage does come to work. And then work might end up going home, which is where my parents, how they operate their restaurants. My parents had stress at home about the business that they run. So that's to contrast. Like, that is what my work environment is. Of course we had different lives. That was the whole point. Of course. I agree. Different lives. Different lives mean tough times to empathize, right? You think you were too empathetic? Does that impasse mean we can't communicate about anything else? No, we can do objective things. Like the stuff that I'm talking about now, we can talk about objective things, right? One objective thing is that we have different lives. So we share with each other our perspective on our different lives. My perspective on the life of people who compartmentalize is that it's very difficult to do. It is a privilege. Your perspective on my type of style life is that it is difficult and privileged life. So we both have different lives and different perspectives. Those are the things that we can share. Whether we choose to project that we should live a certain way, I didn't say you should live the way I live. I was suggesting to you that some of the realities I see from my perspective, and you may like that, right? You don't have to demonize it. It's interesting to go to work with people who only treat work, as not a projection of their personal life, right? And when we were talking about ledger art, that might very well be a person like that. They do art for the sake of being professional, and then maybe they have a personal channel. The only way you can continue talking about something like this is over a voice call. Unfortunately, we have to keep this professional. I'm sure maybe you will be able to appreciate that, because we can't make that personal. Because there's a limit to how we can communicate. I disagree that there's a limit to how we can communicate. Like, we can switch positions if you want. Like, start a streaming channel and I will type and I will demonstrate how I communicate while typing. You can there's a limit. There's a difference as well. Text can communicate a different way than speaking. I think you want to get on my level. You want to communicate in a way that makes the things the same, which I can understand. But I don't think that limit is also a boon. There are pros and cons to texting. For example, like, you can link your expressive things to me where I can't produce them on the screen with my voice. But to be on equal footing, that makes sense, right? The one thing you have had many misconceptions about what I was meaning, and I can't keep up with them all. Well, then start with one. Start with one of them. I think you have many misconceptions about what I have too, but we can start with one. Go for it. Will I listen? Well, you have to start typing first. And I will continue with my lesson while you type that stuff up. I think that type of question, I'll respond to how you phrase that question sometime down the line. Let's see, hinder. Irritate. Nothing to do with irritate. I'm gonna skip that. Too many conflicting thoughts. Give. Gotta be something about tacos. Oh,
与える
ataeru. Uh,
改造
Kaizo. Remodel. Oh, atemae.
建前
Atemae. Something makes me feel like it's just oh,
落ちる
you do. Okay. Hmm. Intransitive. Yeah, to fall down intransitive.
かかる
Akaru. Is this the? Yeah.
西口
Hmm.
客観的
客観的 perspective.
病気
Yoki. What? That can't be populated. I guess. It would literally take pages to go back through and explain everything we discuss. Start with page 1. And you don't want to spend the time doing that? That's disappointing. Just be aware that text must be viewed literally only. I disagree. But it may be it by definition cannot portray the true and verifiable emotions or intent behind it. Speech does not either, and voice calls do not either. Form of expressions from people to people are indefinitely cannot be capture or portray the entirety of emotions. However, there are different mediums in which we can communicate, and it's not about limits, focusing on limits, but how you can advantageously take advantage of them. And texting is slower than speaking. I disagree. I prefer to text over speaking. And then sometimes, for a lot of people, they prefer to text at length than speak at length. There are many people who speak less and use many words to express less in speech than in text and writing. Hence, books exist. Artwork and music also exist. Speech is not the predominant way of communication in this day and age, if I do say so myself. And you think I'm a good guy? That's very flattering. I don't think I'm particularly a good guy. I'm more of a realistic person, so it can be filled with bads and goods, especially for someone who defines people as good or bad people a lot of times. And you don't think you mean to downplay your abuse or experience, so I'll just let it go. That's pretty disappointing. So instead of attempting to start and build things up, it's very overwhelming and looking at it as a whole. That's perfect. I will respect what you said, but I do not find that particularly healthy from my perspective. It's a little bit disappointing. Imagine that if you cannot express things, then speaking is something that I cannot reciprocate because of the medium that we chose to communicate in. But maybe perhaps one day when you're streaming and I'm texting, I will make the attempt to speak in text, and you're more than welcome to demonstrate how overwhelmingly incomprehensible and limiting being able to only text is. I disagree with you on pretty much every one of the comments, but we live different lives, as you said, and we are born of different strokes. You do not want to compete with me, but it's not a competition. I know I'm being argumentative now, but in my opinion, it's difficult not to see it as a competition when I want to be encouraging as opposed to being discouraging. We are different people with different skills. So then you choose not to compete, or you choose not to interact with each other. That's, you win, right? You win. I will continue not to try to do anything then, since we're different and have different skills. The only thing I can voice is it's a little bit disappointing. But you don't have to be sad or pity me in any way. I just thought I felt that we could start at step 1 or step 2 as opposed to jumping to step 100 instantly. Different people can learn from each other and become similar in that way. And different people with different skills can acquire different skills from each other. That to me is compassion. But I will respect your space and allow you to keep those things to yourself, because this is a public space. So much like a public space, it's also the reason why we're not gonna join in a voice call or something, largely because probably something that you want to keep to yourself, and I don't want to poke any further, right? Being told that I'm getting too personal about this, but I might have turned something from level 10 to 1,000 all of a sudden. So we're just gonna attempt to reel it back to professionalism and the unadulterated objective professionalism. That's what I can say about it. Please don't tell me to be aware that text must be viewed literally only. I think that is where you and I have reached an impasse. Yes, businessman. We'll keep it strictly objectively business oriented. Indeed. Enough said.
取り替える
取り替える You can alter that if you like. You cannot type in Twitch chat to the level that you speak to others. So you choose not to? I can't help you with that. So your choice is your choice. Harumaki.
春巻き
Okay. What does this even mean? I think it still means center. Oh no. Okay. I have one piece of rhetoric that I can offer as a asymmetry delivery. When things are different, trying to compare them as an excuse to not do it is a little conflicting to me, right? If they're comparable in level, then they aren't different. They are similar is the way they can be compared. So when we have different skills, those skills have different levels, and trying to compare them will ultimately make them very difficult to compare since they are different. So speaking and writing are two different skills. So it's precarious what might go through the minds of someone trying to achieve a level that's unachievable because the skills are intrinsically different. Or maybe they're not, and then that's why they're comparable. This is neither me expressing whether I think they're different or not. I may be able to share my opinions at a later time. I don't know what this means. Leaders and yeah, I'll go along after. Eastern mysticism? That's kind of cryptic. I'm not entirely sure what is considered Eastern mysticism. Are you talking about like Confucianism and Taoism? Perhaps something I said might be a little bit of Confucianism. Also, also.
Peiji. Toraeru.
Why do? Uh,
酒造
so okay. Hmm. Yes, this is the onyomi for degree. What is the onyomi for degree? Fourth degree. Come back. I'll come back to that.
病院
Going.
残品
Zamping. Whoops. Typo.
居酒屋
Okay. Whoops.
障子
Shoji.
Yomu
Yomu. Hmm. Heck. Oh, wait. Got two things. Huh. Oh, wait. It's,
今
uh. Yeah. Chikatetsu.
地下鉄
Chikatetsu. Okay.
西ヨーロッパ
Chiyoro. Hmm. Power. That's supposed to be grass, or is that supposed to be biking? Kind of looks like grass. Huh. Skip this. Leon.
おまかせ
Hmm. It's Hayabaya? What the? Let's go with this differently. So. Hmm. That is some fast first. Hmm. Firstly, or something, or no, immediately, or at once. And it's probably special. Actually, soku. Soku is probably the same. So is not. Like soku.
早速
That one's are immediate. Pretty sure this is a special meaning, right? Or a special read. Let's write something for this. Yeah, then soku from Okun. I mean the onyomi. Fuku. Yeah, we need something to indicate a silence. Okay. Oh, what do I capture first here? I just think of something really fast, right? Fast. So, please silence that sa right now. Please put a soku on that saw right now. That's a pretty good one. I like it. Hmm.
「隠れる」
Did it. Doku. That doesn't. Machiro? No. Doro.
道路
Doro. Okay. Gente hanbai.
限定販売
Gente hanbai. Oops, that's Chinese. Aotsuki?
顔つき
Aotsuki. What the attached to face? Hit the face? Wear on, not really wear on the face. Like something brushed against your face. Something like that. Attached to face. Or, Uh, I mean, it could just be an expression. Whatever is attached to your face is the expression you have. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's not building.
Manuke.
Okay. Oops. I missed the T, an idiot. Hmm.
Kyokyu.
So cute. Right. What?
農民
No me. Whoops. I missed the F in farmer. That was a bit off. Huh. Interesting.
Hagemasu.
Imas. Ooh, that was a bit off too. What were they were looking for? Either orders, it's probably with an S.
保証
Oh. Here's another word they were using. Security. Close to safeguarding. What? Oh.
集金
Chuking. Gather. Oh. 今日は集金の日です。A-Day? Payment? Huh. 集金の日。集金の日。How do I guess it could just be literally collecting money. That's fair.
Jinzo
So sorry, I had to double check something. Let's see.
Skuru
Guru.
Keikan
Econ. Was a little bit. There's different primary landscape. Was the scenery. Cityscape.
障害
Shogai. disability.
食べ物
Toriki.
取り決め
Torikime.
-隠居する
Yosu. Mm. Oh. Dang it. Bow. Often. Spoon. The heck is old? And spoon. Often spoon. Roll. Not sure if I really like this. So I can think of coffin and spoon, right? But how do I get to roll in case I get stuck again? How do we speed this up? Elderly or old? Sure, I added old. Good enough. Kind of spoon roll.
再来年
来年. No. Pass? He passed? If? Oh. Oh no. That's a mistaken identity. Yikes. Just kidding. The moment I hit enter was the moment I realized it's not the same character. I feel like huh. I'll move this to the end.
腰抜け
Inuke. Inuke. 。 What in the world? That's a drunkard.
Eiko.
Echo. Ooh. Heck. Wait. Special case. Like using Hito? How does that work? Oh no, no, this has got to be a typo. Did I type Bio or Hyo? Oh no, wait. Oh, this is no, it's Hyonin. What?
病人
I either typed Hyo or Bio. I thought I typed Bionin first. Huh. Now I don't know what I typed. Interesting. I went back to my first guess. Or what I thought was the first guess.
想像
Also. What is this? Okay. Oh, wait. Trying to think if it's a name. Is it a name? A name. Or is it? No. What can we work with? We have he. We work with he, han, or he, ka, and me. Could be na. I. Some part of me think it's something like katakana or something. I don't think I have that as a term. How about the meaning? Flat temporary name. That And that question is, have you read or read this? Nope. it's got to be like something kind of dealing with oh, maybe it's probably hiragana.
ひらがな
It doesn't look like katakana, but it does certainly look like hiragana. So heika and me worked, but those are not the read. And then gana, there's a unexpected rendaku. Hmm. You should know the reading of this word because it's the same as English. That doesn't help with. I just realized how unhelpful that is. So we have, there's the hira. So it's not completely kun. Oh, they mark it as a kun and an onyomi. Interesting. Technically, yes, based on how they're classified. And na would be. All right. Let's do something about this. So I definitely see the te ka, and me first, right? Hmm. He likes eating tater tots in the ka in May, but prefers ira. Huh. Hmm. Ah. Okay. I don't know if I even have a substitute for hira. Give me a sec. I have to check something. I have a thought about something. What does hira reminds me of? No dice. I think we're just gonna have to stick with hira. Hira is the... Yeah, no dice. Move along for now.
製造
Is
頭
速度
Sokudo. Speed. Okay.
結構です
Ah,
比較する
sucks.
読み方
Yomikata.
逮捕する 農場
Nojo. Uh,
"お構いなく
Okamanai. Okamaina. Anai. Distribute. Hmm. Not tall. So what can I see first? I can see high right away. High and Kubaru? Kuboru? Kubaru. Kubaru.
"配る
Don't know what I'm using for Kuba at the moment. Oh, Cuba. Somehow I had to get from high to Cuba. He distributed. Fires with a haiku about Cuba's was bottled. That's supposed to be snake. I don't think that's snake. Self-bottled. Coca-Cola. That's what I can think of. Okay.
増援
Going. Hmm. How do you guess this could be to get sick as opposed to being sick. This was the thing with the excuse for going to the game, right?
病む
Oh, how much I like about Yum. Be conveniently. Yo. Honestly, how does the thing for Hyo? Oh, because they default to Byo. Oh, wait. It is Byo. Conveniently calls it's sick when there is a Byo party. But really, it's to go alone to a Yankees game. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, those separate things aren't gonna cut it.
故障 月
Ski. Attached to. Including? Okay. Oh, we skipped 6 things. Okay. So that is ka, but this is different. Oh, it could be. Oh, I know what it is.
両替
Yongae. Endure. But this is to irritate.
触る
Waru. Still quite nothing. Is it like concentrate? Focus? Huh. It could be like inside. Maybe relationship? Oh, wait, it is relationship. Or relations. Okay. Okay. is she plus the onyomi of degree. Or oh no mate. It's a different read on I think. Shitaku. Shitaku.
したく
Degree of support. How do you degree of support? Oh, this is Aku. I will probably write something. Aku. Not bad. Daku is do. Aku do. Chi. Branch office is preparing. Taku. A Taku board of things to support that sheets, the sheet and do. Cheese and dolls, the animal shelter. Sure. Dang it. Is this the bath one? For a moment there, I was like, yeah, it feels like sure. Yeah, grass, forehead, and power. The top is supposed to be grass. We had... It's low. And it's labor. Think about all the effort they put in. A Viking, yeah. That is supposed to be a Viking. Oh, includes the headpiece. They do not labor. They do the labor. Some of the labor is for real. Yeah. Hold on there a bit. Something makes me want to type, but no, that doesn't sound right. Utsu, that maybe not. Yes. Is this the coyote thing? Oh, this is commute.
通う
Coyote. It's the context sentence. You're commuting from Kyushu, from Tokyo to Kyushu. Write something about it. And it's usually linked with coyote, which is okay, I suppose. Okay, so how could I get tsu, right? Yeah, tsu. That's 2, which is not the greatest. or mnemonic word. Could be okay. Oh, okay. E and U. He commuted. He commuted to the school with the coyote mascot too. Just like transitive. That makes this sound like it's transitive, but that's fine. Huh. Today was pretty okay. Alright, it's time to do our lessons. How much time do we have? A little bit over time, but things were simplified. Okay. Time investment was simplified. Start our lessons. Price. What is that? Value plus steps. Intriguing. Alright, help me out here. The value is in various steps. Each step is different amount. Alright, fair enough. What do we have? What is this? Chidan. Chidan refers to price attached to something you can buy, like in stores or markets. For example, you could use chidan to ask how much something costs at a shop. Okay.
値段
Nedan. Oh, we used the kunyomi. Nedan. All right. This was chi for the onyomi, right? Yes. They went with nedan. So most of the price stuff uses ne. It holds true for the other ones, like high price and low price. Like one and chisane or shone. Gotta review those soon. There's gonna be a soon review, right? Let's make sure. Yeah, so we have Takane. Oh yeah, right. High. Takane and Yasune. Right. Not high, low, but expensive and cheap. And then Nefuda, which is still dealing with prices. So all the price stuff seems to go with ne.
値段
Nedan. Okay. Right. Kenko.
健康
Beckon. Jiao. Right, Jiao. Beckon. Wonder what this is gonna be. What sounds like Jiao? Gyo? Maybe. Someone reach out with their fingers to call for you. Okay, yeah. Same there. Shou. Okay, Shou is close enough. Person beckoning you is a shogun. That actually works out really well. Amnesia. Healthy forget symptoms. Okay. Amnesia. A healthy bit of forgetting symptoms means you might have amnesia. That doesn't track very well, but that's fine. What's that? Kenbo Sho.
健忘症
Kenbo Sho. Or Kenbo Sho. Kenbo Sho. Kenbo Sho.
健忘症
Kenbo Sho.
健忘症
I feel like Kyoko is slightly on the top one, and then Kenichi is pulling the bottom.
健忘症
Kenbosho.
健忘症
Kenbosho. Slightly. They're kind of both doing the bottom thing. Finding employment. Get a position, job, or employment. Fair enough. Or finding one. Getting a job. What do we have? Shushoku.
就職
Shushoku. Okay. Fair enough.
値段
Done.
健康
Oh.
就職
健忘症
Bosho. Working. That's kinda interesting. So they use job employment and they use business for currently as opposed to going to status. When you get a position in some business, you consider working. It's a formal word that can, what is this going to be? Shugyo. Yeah, shugyo is a formal word that can refer to both being employed and being at work for the day. It's commonly using kanji compounds such as shugyo jikan. Shugyo kisaku. Or kisoku.
就業
Shugyo. Okay. Get angry. What was our default for anger? Do? I doubt it's do. I would be very surprised if it's do.
怒る
Okoru. Oh yeah, okoru. That does check out with Duolingo, huh? Okra. Okra. Do I have any other okos? Probably not. Okra is fine. It's a direct object. Or it's an object. Very specific object too. Alright. So alright, let's blank our mind, right? And then I see female, stool, heart, and then do. And then do. So let's talk about she is sitting on at the stool getting angry that the okra hasn't getting angry and being rude that the okra hasn't arrived yet. Being angry and being rude. Cited in her heart. Sitting at the stool. Getting angry and being rude that the okra hasn't arrived yet. Seems pretty good. I'm gonna try to keep that as our basis for our mnemonics. Second layer mnemonics. Yield. This is new. don't recall something Hanzi. No, I don't recall Hanzi that looks like this. No. You see a flag by the exit letting you to know to yield. Okay. That's pretty nice. Even though the flag told you to yield, you're starting to lose your patience. The people walking outside the exit are all a bunch of crazy old kutsu. Boots. That's a very specific word, and it's also an object. That's pretty solid. I'll go with that. Dakun? No. Tsu for onyomi. Interesting. The yell. There's a bit of chirping in there. An angry chirping. Alright. Do I have a kunyomi already? I just got a kunyomi, right? Oko? So, okonaru. That's probably okonaru. Okonaru. Probably okonaru. An angry chirp is the type of shout the person is to suggests anger, as you can tell from the kanji, so it's used when someone yells. Okay.
怒鳴る
Donaru. Oh, come on. Alright, this one's a bit tricky. It uses the onyomi instead. You learn for really do. Wow. And the kunyomi. Okay. So instead of just the previous thing, we just got the oko. Wow. Alright. So do. Okay. Like Ermine. I still see the female stool heart immediately, but I definitely see Naru right away. It's a bird. Or the chirping. Right, so let's do she was no longer angry the moment she heard no longer yelling when she heard her doll. It's kind of not the greatest, but it's like her doll naru. Naru is to like chirp or make an animal noise, so barking would be one of them. I think that comes off really, really well, so I think we'll stick with that. A worry. Makes sense. Nayami.
悩み
Okay, sure. Alright. Good enough.
就業
Yu-Gi-Oh. Picture it? Yep.
怒る
Okoru. Right, flag, exit. Need to stop. It's gone. It was like something to something. To something. It's a good. We gotta get used to it. That's a new one. That's a new read. Newest onyomi. Wait, I lost the meaning as well. Yield. Okay. Hold up, that's kind of far from Kuts. Kutsu. Oh, the other way around. Hmm. All right.
悩み
Naomi.
怒鳴る
Worry. Nayamu. Nayamu is often intransitive. Okay. Like, あれはいつもぬん悩んでいる always wearing, but it can also be transitive, in which case it'll take a direct object. 彼女のことを悩む. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
悩む
Alright. Trouble. Astray plus misguided. Right. You've been led astray and you've been misguided. What a trouble, and indeed a troublesome income. Oh, I wonder how this kind of varies with Mendel. Mendel, yeah. Stray. May. Oh no, I only have Waku. Is this gonna be a hybrid? Oh my gosh, it's probably gonna be a hybrid. Refers to nuisance that bothers others, like trimming your toenails. Okay.
迷惑
Meiwaku. So. Wait. Hold up. Waku is onyomi? Oh no. I've been writing as a kunyomi. Okay. That's a problem. We gotta correct that. I thought Waku was kunyomi. Alright.
迷惑
Meiwaku. Okay. Then that's fine. I'll correct it later. To long for. Yearn. Oh. Probably akoga, right? So akogareru.
憧れる
Akogareru. Oh my gosh. Akogareru. 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 Alright. That's fine.
悩む
Oh, I skipped something. I'm gonna guess this is die. Oh no, wait. It's like, yeah, I really thought it was die. I skipped this. Lend. Ka. Okay, so ka. Trying to think if it's die or not. Okay. Lend was ka. Dang, I skipped this. You substitute some seashells, shellfish for collateral, so you will lend your friend one. That's actually fine. Oh, they went with kunyomi. Oh, it's tai. Tai. In Japanese. That's right. So that is definitely dai, probably. In Chinese. They went with ka for the kunyomi. You want your friend to lend so you can buy yourself a car. Okay, alright, that's fine. I skipped this too, but we can guess. Yes.
誘惑
Yuwaku. So misguided invite? Maybe mislead still? Or still misguided? Seduction. Oh, okay. Invite by misguiding is still misguiding. But corruption would have been my other one. But seduction. Interesting. To invite by misguiding. A temptation, huh? Okay. Sorry, I was thinking of something. I had a thought. Interrupting thought. Well, where were we? Yearn.
憧れる
Hongareru. Do I need a 4? What? To long for, to yearn after. Is that how people say it? To yearn after something? Interesting. The more you know. Alright, I'm expecting like 60 more. 41. That's kind of on the lower side. Interesting. Job promotion. And advance on your ascend or advance. Interesting. But it's specifically related to job promotion. Or a job. As opposed to like ascending in different ways. Like improving in quality or something. Okay. Coincidentally, we covered this a little bit. Tsu, right? Susu, susu. But that would be shin, right? Shin. So we had shoshin, shoshin. Spare time. That's no ka. Although I feel like this is a special case. I think ka. Oh no, it could be ima. Is that part of ma? So it could be ma or ima or something. Or hima. Oh no, this could be hima. Means spare time or free time because that's the only way that I remember exact like common way to express it.
暇
Hima. Yep, there it is. So that's hima. Okay, makes sense. Am I gonna be worried about? No, not too. Yeah, we're going. Sleep. Oh, the other sleep. Mien. Closing each eyes is something that the people do before they sleep. I feel like there was something very convoluted about Mien. Okay. What are the chances that it's just like man or mien? Or mean. Okay, mean is fine. Mean means okay. People were mean to you. The reason you want to sleep is because all the other people were mean to you. Yeah. Mean works. Kind of goes off this part too. Okay, make sure I don't skip things. Vacation makes sense. 休假.休暇. It's a relatively formal form that formal word that commonly refers to time off from most of the formal words. Yeah, most of the formal words check out with Chinese. So probably because formal words are a bit more traditional and old hat, I suppose.
休暇
Yuka. Ultimate. Ultimate? How to research extreme. Okay. Interesting. Ultimate. No other synonyms. You're trying to research the extreme. If you do that, you'll be able to figure out the ultimate weapon. So I guess they're gonna go with Goku here, right? Goku. So what do we have? Kyukoku?
究極
Kyu. Oh, Kyukyoku. What? How can you introduce Goku first and then go with Kyoku? Okay. I think they technically introduced Goku and Kyoku at the same time. Kyoku. Alright. It was a 50-50. They both sound fine. Alright.
暇
Oh.
Shoshin
Yoshin. What? Oops. That was a typo.
休暇
究極
Yoku. Yoku. Alright, South Pole. South Pole. Oh. South Pole could make things different. So what was Kyukyoku was ultimate, right? That doesn't... Oh, that kind of feels the same as South Pole. So it's probably Kyoku again. So Nankyoku. Nankyoku? Or Nankyoku?
南極
Nankyoku. That's fine. Stairs. Oh, this is Kaidan.
階段
Yeah, that's when I realized where the stairs came from. Kutsu? Kutsu. We're just going. Oh, and we got another Kuts. Kutsu. We're going straight to Kun for shoes. Gradually. Oh, step by step. It's probably still step by step. Steps. I think step by step. It's a bit more on the nose here. Yeah, step by step. Okay. Dandan? Oh wait. It's often used for gradual.
だんだん
Dandan. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Dankai is stage. Okay, so Kaidan is interesting. Oh, like phase steps. Different phases. Oh, different stages of things, not a literal stage.
段階
Dankai. Makes sense. Actually, I had Dankai. It was mixed with Kyodai or something like that, or Ryudai, I think. Or like Sankyo. I don't know what I'm thinking of at the moment. We'll come to it again.
南極階段
Kaidan. These are very familiar stuff.
段階
だんだん
It's fine. Whatever. The first step. Oh, instead of ippo, we have daiichi. Oh, daiichi dan. Ne? Means the first.
第1弾
Daiichi dan. Makes sense. Daiichi dan. Kind of like how Byo works. Does this is a medical term for health condition symptom? Okay.
小
Stay show. Okay. Syndrome. Dense. Not the same dense. Not atsu. I feel like I've seen you in some way. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, concentrate. What is that? Nong? Yeah, nong. Concentrate. Thick. Yeah. I'm not sure they use concentrated. After a tsunami hits your farming land, you're gotta see a lot of dense silt left behind. This thick layer really enriches the soil. No, yeah, and it lines up with no for farm. Okay. So nong and no are pretty lined up. Pretty sure. Oh no, it's just dense the whole time. No concentrated. Symptom condition, symptom condition, still a symptom. So yeah, 症状.
症状
Shoujo. Oh, interesting. Shoujo. So shoujo. Shoujo. Okay. Fair enough. Itai. This is itai.
痛い
Itai. Ita. Oh, okay. Do we need a reminder for this? Probably not. It's so common.
第1弾
Dai-ichidan. Which is pretty much what I said today the whole time. Like, Dai-ichidan, right? Ippo. One step at a time. There's a lot of things. One step at a time. No.
Show.
症状
Dojo.
痛い
Hey. Alright. Headache. Makes sense. Atama? No, no atama. What is ko? Or atama itai and work? It kind of atama itai, or what do we have? Kotsu?
頭痛
Oh, tsutsu. Oh no. It's a separate one. Wait, I gotta make sure. This is ko, right? If it's onyomi? Oh no, it's to. Oh, it's zu and to. Oh no. I thought it was ko. Have I used to before? I'm pretty sure I have. Yeah, tobu. It's to, not ko. And then now we have the other one, zu. Is this our first zu? It's our first. Okay.
頭
Is it
痛
tsu? Okay, tsu is fine. Tsu is fine, but tsu. Like my mind. Think of trees, oceans. I see head and pain. Head pain. Okay. So sometimes when his head hurts, he decides to go to the zoo. Alright. Next one, pay raise. Ascend the salary. Okay. Relatively formal. Do I have this in Chinese? I don't think so. Unless this is a separate... Oh! No. Not quite the same. Shun is not quite the same. And then this would probably be xian, like shun xian, or xiang xian, maybe even like up salary versus like raise salary. So sheng xian, the sheng xian would be something like this. Just the bottom part, right? Was there really a thing here? Huh. And then xian is new, which is we had flowers, some sort of guard, pretty sure tree. Oh yeah, and then axe. Yeah, xian. That's the closest thing I can think of. What would this be in Chinese? Gay. Raise, give. Oh wait. Oh no. This interesting. Ascend the salary. Show cute. Show cute. Makes sense. Okay. Off we go. The edge. Oh wait. Oh no. That is not... Wait. No. This looks like something though. What was fun? No, it's not close to fun. Like the cutting edge. This is probably a different edge. Setting up a stand. Sure, on top of a mountain. You rake all the rocks to the edge of it. Oh, what the... You want to clear the area around your stand so you get your rake out and start. Okay. Fun. You set up the stand on top of it so you give a speech to the world, but you need to look your best, so you decide to get a tan. You lie next to the edge of the mountain. Maybe you just get a tan because you spend a lot of time setting up outdoors on top of the edge of a mountain, I guess. A tip. Oh, the tip. That tip. Jian tip. I can see where the sen tan, the tip, came from too. Half finished, in the middle of half edge. Interesting. This character, I don't think I have this character. Does kind of remind me of Chu. Probably Chu. But like half eliminated or terminated, or which could mean like half finish or middle of finishing, half edge. Okay. Maybe halfway to the edge, to like the end. To conclude. Teiketsu. Teiketsuru. Note that this word is quite formal, which makes sense given the context it usually...
締結する
Teiketsuru. Okay. To conclude. Teiketsuru. To tighten and... yeah, to tighten and bind together. So conclude. To wrap up. To tighten. Okay. That's no te. Okay, this can also be used to wrap up when used in reference for speech or some other occasion. Ah, okay, so it still has that part. Okay. Maybe this is the casual way. In Japanese culture, people often a situation with some shared action like clapping in rhythm to end. Oh, that thing. I see.
閉める
Shimeru. Oh my gosh, it's Shimeru. Alright. So I immediately think tater tots, right? So I could use she. Pronoun? That might not be the greatest if I keep associating. I know, okay. Do I ask myself? Yeah, okay, we'll try it. She meru ni. Oh no. Tater tots. Titan. Meru was Titan. Oh no. But this is a package, so the package could contain any. She sent Titan. Haters. Here. Double medu. I don't know how well that's gonna hold up. Let's see.
頭痛
What? Q. Oh, right, that's salary. Whoops.
昇級
I just like pay raise. It's gone.
締結する
It's
閉める
all right. Organization. Kumi? A Kumi? Oh, Kumi is Inyomi. Kumishiki sounds kind of okay if it was hybrid. Oh, human. Oh no, maybe it's Onyomi. We'll take a jab. Kumishiki.
組織
Soshiki. Oh man, yeah, we didn't learn any onyomis. It was a kunyomi. So this is the first onyomi. So or soap or all right. So somehow we have to go from cumin to soap. All right. Let me look. Blank. Think of trees, think of oceans. Nice. All right. I definitely see group. Group and weave. Group weaving. Okay. So the group formed an organization to sell soap weaved with human. I think that might actually be okay. I mean, did we get it? So no, I didn't get shiki. Maybe to sell shiki soap. Soap weave with cumin. I think that works pretty okay for a backup. To weave, no kunyomis.
おる
Odu. In O shape? Okay. I think I'm okay with O shape. The letter O station. I think it might actually, I can even pivot to the circle. Or O. I don't think any other reed is going to touch that area. Let's see. To weave. Odu. Or obi. We can also use obi. You can weave an obi. So the first thing I can think of, that's definitely weave. And then weave leads to shiki. So he weaved a shiki hole shaped obi. Pretty good. I think that's sufficient. All right, root. Oh, that's root. Oh, that's tool. Oh, it's not tool. Tool, right? How do we get tool? Do. Oh, okay. Do to. It was either or. Makes sense. You decide to take the fastest. What do we have? This isn't a harmonica. It's a surplus, right? When you ride a scooter, you'll have a surplus of possible routes. Very nice. Not only can you drive in any road, yeah, you decide to take the fastest road, so you have so many options. However, in doing so, you ran over every single toe. All right. Stomach ache. Makes sense. Wei tong. Interesting. Wei tong. So we got itsu. Try to remember this isn't for general abdominal pain. Itsu is specifically for pain or discomfort in the stomach, the internal organ. A literal stomach ache. Okay.
いつ
Itsu. Okay. Gotcha. Belly, onaka.
腹
Or hara. Ah, it's hara. Ah, I keep doing naka. But it's only naka when it's onaka, not hara. Oh my gosh. That's gonna get me a couple times.
腹
Wait, the kanji and the word are exactly. Oh, no.
腹
If anyone tries to touch your belly, yeah. See, this is not great. This means that there's nothing to tether
腹
into that. If anyone tries to touch your belly, that harassment, hara. Unless you're cool with it, obviously. But if you're not, make sure to yell harassment. Okay. No, this word will often get rendaku when combined with other words like biru bara, biru bara, betsu bara, separate stomach for dessert. Interesting, separate stomach. Betsu bara, or yeah, betsu bara. Betsu bara? No, betsu bara. Maybe. Let's see. How do I get from hara to... Alright. I see black hole, I see moon, but I largely see fuku. So, he touched her. He hara her, and she told him to fuku off. Okay. I think that's fine. Will be good enough. Pretty sure. Oh, so we're weaving, right? How did I say to weave into things? The first thing I look at is we got weave and we have shiki, and then shiki leads to O shapes. Shiki O shape something with okay. Oru. Right. And then we're weaving human into shiki. What? Shiki soap. So shiki.
組織
And what was this supposed to be? Organization. They started an organization. Okay. It's what? Hara.
腹
Seppuku. Oh my gosh, it's just randomly given seppuku. Alright.
切腹
Or seppuku. Oh, it's actually up, not down. Seppuku, not seppuku. Interesting. The more you know. I feel like you're just heibanding almost all the time. I get that feeling now. I see why people keep saying like, if all else fails, heiban it. Like, if you need to default to something, seppuku is probably far more higher chance than seppuku. Man, seppuku. Seppuku. Alright. It's fine. We're fine with that one. Good visit. It's no hole. I kind of feel like it could be like... No, I don't know.
尋ねる
Kazuneru. You know, it's interesting. But when it comes to verbs, though, whoops. When it comes to
Kazuneru.
verbs, there's quite a bit of nakadaka. Because there's one extra syllable. Yeah, I wonder. Kazu. Your friend Taz. Oh, Tasmanian. Oh, that's pretty good. It's a proper noun. Okay, Tazu. How do we get Tazu for okay? And then how do we get Neru? Ne? Ne was the horse thing, right? I don't like that. Ne for the horse thing. The ne. I could use net. What other stuff do we have? Let's do net. Oh, maybe like net in terms of net. We use net from now on. Okay, so he met Azu over the net and visited his hall. I don't need it. Doesn't look like it. Alright, next one. Homon? This is a 50-50. A visit inquiry. Not necessarily a problem, but a visit inquiry, which is still a visit.
訪問
Homon. Okay. To urge. What do we have for urge? Haku? It's not haku. I don't think. So we have the transitive. Right, because haku. Oh, wait. No. This is transitive. At its core means for like a deadline. This idea extends. Interesting that this is transitive. At its core means to approach like a deadline or danger drawing near. This idea extends to urging someone because it's like you're coming really close to them to press them into action. Intriguing.
迫る
Semaru. Semantics again? I kind of like semantics. What was the last semantics we had? Semai. Semantics, okay. I got something topical. Okay. He urged people to pay attention to semantics when it comes to life haku. That's pretty good. Haku kind of comes and goes. Let's see. Pressure makes sense. It's probably atsuhaku. The pressure is urged. Yeah, this is like pure pressure, right? And oppression, constriction. Oh, both. Interesting. Atsuhaku refers to a tight pressure caused by strong compression or the act of pressing. Oh, okay. Figuratively, it can also mean constriction, like restrictions or confinement, things that are placing pressure. So both figurative and literal.
圧迫
Baku. Oh yeah, that's right. We can shorten too, and it becomes baku, which has can be pause, I suppose. Do I need something for atpaku? How about the shortened pressure? is oppressing MAKU. I'm gonna use that as a. I'm thinking of Paco though, not Paku. I'm gonna come back to this. I'm usually pretty okay with sounds or those type of things. Play by ear.
訪問
Hormone.
切腹
Seppuku. I forgot how weird seppuku is. Actually, just looking at that is weird. Interesting. Okay. All right, what do I see? I see visit. Ne.
尋ねる
Ozeneru. I see haku. So how do we do haku? I do see white as well.
Semaru.
Emaru.
Appaku
Apaku. Alright. 2 more sets. This has been a pretty decent low-key second half. That means I get to... I think we'll be okay for the double prompt tomorrow. Persecution. Yep. What is persecution? Pull high, right? Pull high. Pull high lines up. Persecution, maybe formal word. This word is quite formal. No kidding. Yeah, formal words line up with Chinese. So pull high. So whenever I guess that's kind of a nice litmus test, right? If the pairing is like straight on point, it's like I'm guessing this is more of a formal word. That's intriguing. It brings up a telltale sign of a Japanese formality. So whenever you're reading something and someone suddenly just shifts into vocabulary that is like layered on top of each other, like double layering Chinese and Japanese, you'll start having that feeling of formality. The moment I heard pull high, I was thinking, wow, that sounds like formal Japanese.
迫害
Hakugai. Okay. Makes sense. No change. Persecution. No change. Okay. Nice. Urgency. Oh, interesting. Cut urge. 胁迫. No. 胁? No. 切迫. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think. Okay. We'll cut down an urge. We'll cut right down to the end, reaching that urge position where urgency is so strong. I feel like this is just cut to the chase. Good enough. Impending urgency. Let's see. It's used to describe the tension in a situation where a time limit is drawing near. Oh. Okay.
切迫
Setbaku. Oh, wow. Setbaku. Okay. And then we have setsu, shortened. And then we have another ha, so paku. Was there already... I feel like there was already a comment made about paku commonly being rendaku. Or was it something else? Good. Alright. To get lost. Makes sense. That ain't no me. Beyond physically getting lost, it's also when you waver between choices. Okay, so figurative as well. And intransitive.
迷う
Mayo. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Let's see. May is pretty tough. Using Mayflower. We're just gonna use May, the month. Yo, so in May. One get lost in that rice in gorging on starches, like that rice, like rice and mayonnaise. I'm thinking of potato salad, but fine. Mayo. Ooh. Okay. Alright. Lost child. Okay. Meko? Meshi? Even though this isn't only for lost child, it applies to anyone who is lost. Okay.
迷子
Michael. What the might? Oh my gosh, it's an exception. Okay, the call comes from so Michael. All right. In May, there. My children often go. Oh, could be go instead of Godzilla. Go to the city and often gets lost in a different way. Okay. No, maze. Oh, instead of gong. Oh, to lose one's way. Interesting, maze. Or lost road. Okay. Road where you run astray. Rero. Rero.
迷路
Oh, mero. Oh, why did I say re? Mero. Mero. Yeah, this is fine. Oh yeah, Milu. Of course, Milu. Milu makes sense. But for maze, as opposed to lost, does this not mean anything with lost?
迷路
Oh, interesting. That could be a problem.
Hakugai.
Ngai.
Seppaku.
Seppaku. Starchy things. Starchy things like
迷う
mayo. Mayo.
迷路
Mero.
迷子
Mango. Okay. Superstition, yeah. Lose faith or lose belief. Superstition. 迷信。迷信。
迷信
Okay, 迷信. When all else fails, go to Heiban. I thought about it in the last second again. Superstition checks out. To be discharged. Oh, okay. To leave the institution. Being the usually the institution's defaulting to the hospital. Yeah, to leave the hospital. Let's see. We have 退院する。
退院する
退院する. Next one, leave early. Sense. Hello there, JC. What's up? How are you? Let's see. Soul tie. Note that this means leaving school or work earlier than usual. Sure. It's not used for leaving hangouts or parties early. Okay.
相対
Okay. Well, now. A field and a guy. Oh, the wild guy. Dang. That field guy is the worst. Always in the field, making us look bad. Quite the fella. While this can be used casual for a man, it's usually used to insult or show ignorance towards someone. So it's best to avoid using it unless you surely it's okay.
やろ
Oh. Checks out. Alright. We're gonna write jerk. Okay. Retiring. To pull and retreat. Retiring. Yeah, fair enough. Interesting. I wonder if this is using he or not. This word focuses on the moment of retiring and often used to mean withdrawing from public life. When someone ends their career in a particular field, like when celebrities or pro athletes retire. Interesting, there's no note of formality.
引退
Yeah, we haven't learned the onyomi, so all I can think about was he. This is the first instance of the onyomi. So let's go and do something with this. Pretty sure this is he. As our first read. Yeah.
引退
Intai. His career was catching a lot of heat. So he tied things up and retired. And is retiring. Be good enough in case things. Oh wait, I need to retiring. And filling in. Oh, in. Oh no. Chilling, traveling. Maybe like chilling and in hopping. That seems like a great. Okay. Retiring, as I say. Stomach. Oh wait. No wait, maybe this was the stomach I was thinking of. And the other one was just hara no matter what. This oh yeah, this is the onaka. Oh no, this is just e. Okay, the other one's onaka.
E.
Okay, alright. Just keep in mind E is specific for the internal organ stomach, not for the general abdomen area. Alright, last one. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
退院する
I
相対
I
迷信
名詞
やろ
at all. Heard a couple, saw a couple skits about this one. Yeah. Okay, lots of heat. Instead, went into
う引退
Intai. All right. Good enough for today. All right. Go over the stuff. It's the new guys. So we gotta do our mows first. Mows, then deaf, and then deaf into reads. So Monix. Oh, the new ones. Shogun. Tekken. Coots. Yield. Oh no, this isn't Thai. They went with car. Lend. Mean. Sleep. Coots. Choose. Nostradamus. Dense. Tan. Edge. O. Root. Alright. So then we get, let's do the others while doing the reads, right? Show. Show. Gan. Steps. Eat. Stomach. Good. Belly. Tsu. Pain. Hai. Retreat. Kutsu. Kutsu. Naya. Concern. Ah. Spare time. Shiki. Shoku. Weave. Ka. Me. Astray. Waku. This is needed to correct. This is an onyomi. I've been writing this as a kunyomi for some time now. Onyomi, waku. Misguided. You invite. Chu, get a position. Ho, invite. Or visit. Sorry, visit, not invite. Visit. Do, anger. Sho, ascend. Mean, sleep. Or, yeah, that's fine. Sweet. Drowsy. Sho, symptom. Te, heighten. Maku, urge. Akoga, yearn. Tsu, no. Han. Kyoku, Goku, extreme. Oh, Ken, healthy. Oh, ease. And Go, or guy. Pretty good. Not bad. 56 is relatively low for the second half. We got a pretty decent leeway for tomorrow's double prompt. Alright, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Something to be said, right? Maybe things got a little heated. I don't know, it got a little heated. But I think when it comes to public spaces, one thing I do have to say, right? I say it all the time. You're more than welcome to come on and exchange ideas and stories and whatnot. But honestly, if someone portrays a certain way, right, and they suggest that that's what they're doing, then I would intensely do the same back. But when it comes to eventually finding out that that is not the case, then what you do is you pull it back, right? You pull it back. So when things get too involved, I suppose that's just the way it's going to be. I personally don't think that I'm going to stop trying to do that. That doesn't mean things will always work out, but at least I choose to push forth and refocus on investing in people. So it's always about investing in people. I think sometimes it comes off as being unreceptive to the other end. So I was reviewing, I was gonna probably replay some of the thoughts in my head and the things that was said today, but generally speaking, I stand by most of the things I say about what I observe about other people. But I feel like oftentimes, despite the maybe intrinsic nature of constantly compartmentalizing, I talked about this before, and I stand by to what I said 2 days ago as well. But most of the stuff I stand by. The whole idea that parasocial relationships and the normalization of thinking about the other person as like a one-way exchange, constantly doing one-way exchanges. There's one thing to be said when someone says they spend time compartmentalizing their public side of things and their private side of things, then inherently then I would match that energy. When you desire something, like for example, when you desire empathy, it requires empathy as well. I can try to be empathetic, but I can also know and recognize and stand by when I can't empathize with someone. There's a difference between always succeeding in empathy versus trying to empathize. So in this case, today was more or less a very humbling and sobering experience for myself. Nevertheless, it's in reality, that's what happens most of the time online. Rarely do these formalities and whatnot lead to lasting relationships. It is through the sweat, right? The sweat, the experience, the constant vigorous practice that leads to the quality, the higher quality of the rare moments that succeed. In no way do I think that people who think pragmatically about this, think pragmatically about a public space to compartmentalize and use sympathy, pity, and antagonist, contrarian, contradictions, being, subtle and indirect. Those are fine techniques, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, in my opinion, if you are unwilling to explain yourself and then use every form imaginable to explain how you can't do it and won't do it because you don't want to. That is a very public and pragmatic way of saying it's all right. We don't care that much. Like, you're not worth investing, right? It's like, that's fine. I certainly won't stop investing, but I guess one could say I have a privilege of that in my space to do so. So if it's not reciprocated, I don't see, in my opinion, a harm. I see a sobering lesson to be taken. It's not I don't feel like I lost anything. Things are meant to give, but regardless of like misconceptions and constant finger pointing, there is a difference between someone who spends most of their time complaining and talking about what someone else is not being able to do versus seeing what that person is trying to do. I feel like it's very difficult oftentimes to constantly talk to individuals who think when you do something, you must be successful at it. So whenever someone describes themselves like, oh, I'm not going to do this because it's not going to be good enough, or there's so much to talk about, so I'm not going to start, I push back. Largely because life is a process, and that's what I stand by. If you keep saying things like, oh, it's too hard to do this, too hard to do that, then let's start with it making it easy. Start with the first point. If one is unable to speak or type their expressions, start with what you can do. I feel like that opens the world up to a lack of compartmentalization. My 2 cents. I mean, eventually, if someone tells me that they are passionate, compassionate and loving, and then they spend 50 to 60% of their time pointing fingers at the other person's deficiencies, that to me is a mixed message. You don't need to speak to give the false impression of that. So, to kind of like wrap up my thoughts about this for the time being, which I'll probably reflect on for the coming ages of my life, that's a wrap for WaniKani's session today. It was part of our WaniKani session. Just wanted to add a few closing words, right? So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? In the spirit of Japanese culture, most of the stuff is compartmentalized, right? That's usually it. The public figure, you stay business oriented, detached, non-emotionally invested. I'm gonna echo what I said throughout streams. I hope that this is not the direction. This is not the lean or the direction that the internet is going towards, where live streams and interactions become a place of professionalism, dehumanizing, and constant victim blaming and competition. It's so often that sharing a opposing or a contrasting perspective somehow constantly turns into a competition, when there's a difference between a non-compete, right, in which people share their perspective as a form of discussion, versus constantly stating it's a competition, and you're not paying attention to me, not paying attention to you. Those are words that I rarely say unless the other person says it first. Then you want to match their energy. So as far as I recall today, I say this every day. You're more than welcome to follow along, right? Give WaniKani, if you're interested in Japanese language, then give WaniKani a try. Let me know what you think. Our perspectives may differ. We can talk about things in the third person, where we talk about the overall experience in an objective standpoint if you want. However, for me, it's more about the welcoming of being able to share each other's opinions without necessarily having to successfully empathize with each other. But I will make the attempt regardless. Know the person, know the things, read into the things, and I can be erroneous about it. Like I could be too presumptuous, but the idea is agreeability. 2 days ago, the same person asked me, well, what do I look for in an ideal partner? Agreeability. But that's not really defined by specifically any particular partner. My friends, the people I interact with, the long-lasting relationships are people who are agreeable. And not agreeable in the sense that we have to have the same values. Same perspective, same life choices, even different strokes. In fact, our different strokes do not typically create impasse. An impasse is when someone spends 60% time dodging questions and saying they don't want to invest in you, and then spending even more time explaining how it's the other person's fault. So, to take professional criticism where professional criticism is due, I will keep it professional and business oriented between the person. Good job. Congratulations on your promotion. We're not going to go read into it. Text is from this individual is meant to be read literally as opposed to subtextually, because apparently that is the limitation of writing and proses, despite spending hours talking about how creative expression is through the lens and interpretation of other people and the creator, right? When you write a sentence, what does it mean to another person? It can be different from what you think it could mean. And through agreeability, we can have both perspectives represented at the same time. What did you intend to say? Instead of focusing on constantly telling the other person they have a misconception of something that can be conceived from what they say. If you're loving, that doesn't mean ignorantly being non-empathetic towards the other person, to another person. But it could mean also that that person simply thinks sympathy is sufficient, and compartmentalization of one's empathy is sufficient to be loving, right? You can sympathize with someone and not have to think more into it. And I personally don't think that's sufficient. I like the idea that live streams and whatnot may elevate the experience. Otherwise, I feel we gravitate closer and closer to a parasocial relationship. So the person, the people that I start talking to will continue to be withdrawn and do not take chances on people anymore. Constantly using language that's subtextually negative and projecting, and they can continue to do that with or without my presence. It's fine, right? Like, I accept that I'm not here to change people. but I'm also here to express myself. So, despite people having misconceptions of what I'm saying, they are valid conceptions from their perspective. So I never say something like, you're wrong for thinking my word, it means this. The alternative is I take the time, regardless if it's text message or speaking or what have you. I mean, if you want, you're more than welcome. Send a DM, leave a video comment. I'll give you all the time I can. If my video comments and response aren't an example, you ask me one question, I give you 6 paragraphs. That's my attempt. It's generosity first, not maximalism and efficiency first, which is how I feel about individuals who try to compartmentalize their public space, their public image from their private image. And it can be very difficult to form a relationship with someone who strictly keeps it professional. I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? Like, if I continue to say, oh, that's great, I see your point, and then it ends there, it's like, well, there's not much to relate to. So it's not my place to hard push someone, but I wanted to share my opinions, but it turned out to be something more of a personal attack unintentionally or something like that. You can't empathize with someone who compartmentalizes and choose not to empathize, right? People get misconceptions of you because you don't express what the conceptions are. If you choose to compartmentalize, then the part of you that are compartmentalized will not be understood. That's the limit of communication, not because it's speaking, talking, or creating. All of those versions are incomplete. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if speaking becomes even more convoluted than writing. I think the vast majority of people that I've met are far more comfortable. They tell me this, your stereotypical numbers tell me like, oh, they're more comfortable in typing. And yet, the moment speaking comes up, they would defer to the idea that since they can't speak, they will say that speaking would have been a lot more efficient. Like, well, you told me that you're better at writing and you're more comfortable in the space of writing. When did it suddenly the game change? So for me, if we're sharing these things and I really care about you, or I try to invest in you, the idea, at least I can do, at least for me, is to point out those inconsistencies and then offer my perspective as a point of discussion. But taking it subtextually personally and then constantly saying, well, it's not worth my time, it takes too long, there's too much to talk about, so I'm just not going to bother. That to me is the essence of compartmentalization. It is how people prevent themselves and excuse themselves from wanting to invest in other people. It's a really great strategy to protect yourself from any potential emotional damage or emotional defensive like exploitation, right? Words like abuse was brought up, and I understand that. So respect is where respect is due. People have my respect until they stop respecting me, right? So respect is given by default. Trust is earned. And there is, in my opinion, no trust in a relationship with someone who compartmentalized the truth, their truth. And that was my point that I was trying to make. I mean, we are in a public space, so we can keep it business-like and professional. Know that misconceptions exist whether you speak, write, or do things in public or with another person. If you withhold
those details in the first place. That's a choice you make. So blaming someone for having a misconception and then making an excuse for not being able to discuss it is also a consequence of not practicing or even doing that in the first place. At least my 2 cents. So with that said, I welcome anyone to join me in this journey of self-discovery. Feel free, yap to your daylights if you want, even through the ways of your compartmentalization. Eventually I will learn, right? I will learn that I had misconceptions. I will learn how to adapt to if you think you're so special and super extraordinary. It's like, I agree with you, but I can't see or learn something when I'm not provided with information. I think that's the entire essence of being accused of being presumptuous. You didn't remove the presumption. Did not offer information to clarify the presumptions, and then choose not to. If there are things that I will continue to invest but can't ever change, is avoidant behavior, chronic avoidant behavior, the uncontrollable normalization at the moment of parasocial relationships, the hustle culture, and the constant excuses of thriving in a medium and using another medium that they don't thrive in as an excuse. So, excuses, compartmentalization, parasocial relationships, and an overall lack of willing to invest. I, at least in my opinion, will continue to try to not do less of all of those things, unless it is appropriate, which is when someone says hello, and I say hello, and they say nothing back. That's how you behave consistently, I suppose. When someone says, oh, 90% of the time, I prefer to just say hi and say nothing. I also work, they also work in a profession that has very little to do with their own self-expression, then that sounds like it's a good match. It seems very convenient. If you are a good compartmentalizer, it's about business. Join a marketing team who counts by objectives. It could use your skills and your physical trait really, really well, right? Set the environment to your advantage. It's very rarely something that is concordant, but I can be proven wrong. You can, I hope someone out there who can demonstrate that, oh yeah, there are plenty of artists and musicians and teachers out there who are incredibly successful and well received when they share none of their emotions in their works that are disclosed to other people. I find it very difficult to believe. So that is why my energy that was reflected when I see someone who is constantly talking about their form of self-expression, I focus on expression. But then somehow being told that they don't do that for very blunt slap of reality is that if you don't, then of course people will misunderstand you. And if you don't try, that removes the doubt whatsoever. I'll never learn from anything if I don't get information, right? It's difficult. I'm still used to having friends and people who, no, they do tell me that. They spend the time. So if I'm not worth the time, that's perfectly fine. I don't stream for reciprocated clout or reciprocated generosity. But if there is any form of generosity out there that responds to my open generosity, I is sure as heck going to care about it. And that's how I show I care. So be warned. I guess this is a fair warning. you're more than welcome to come on by and join in the roller coaster ride that is trying to make sense of life and ups and downs and emotional barriers and sharing stories, you know, keeping each other motivated, maybe even angering each other and moving each other to action, what have you. Those are the things that I will continue to do until maybe someone breaks me down and cause me to not want to invest in people. It could happen. It could happen in the next year, the following year. But for now, I'm pretty happy. I'm very stable. And I think it is a privileged position from someone who don't have that privilege. And then I can also see the privileges of others that I don't have. Like a content creator that makes millions of dollars, and the millions of dollars come from the idea that they can present a compartmentalized image of themselves incredibly efficiently in order to not have to deal with constantly connecting with other people, right? That is the trade-off. I talk about this all the time. There are deficiencies in my skill set. I do not find that I find satisfaction from compartmentalizing. It's unfilling. I want to care about if my coworker is doing well or not. And they will find it, if I have a conflict of interest with that person, they will find it exhausting. The question is, will it last long enough so that we can become great friends in addition to coworkers? And usually there's a trade-off. I don't usually end up working with those coworkers for very long because business and friendship and whatnot, they kind of can create conflicts of interest. Someone once asked me, like, so what happens when you mix business and personal things and your friend screws you? I'm like, I'm often the guy that leaves the company when the company is successful, because then I can be the friend of the company owner. I wouldn't want to stay as someone who's invested in, who has a conflict of interest internally. So it's great to support other people in their endeavors. It's also great to be friends with them. But working in business with them, yes, it's a conflict of interest. So inherently, someone who thinks that interacting online and interacting in public and whatnot is a conflict of interest with their emotions, that's what happened today, in my opinion. It's an opportunity to learn, which I don't have the opportunity because the other person chooses not to communicate. But it's a sobering one, because realistically, this is it's likely to happen. You try to talk and then dodge. Well, can't learn from that, or it's very difficult to learn from that. And then immediately also say that none of the things you say has any ounce of emotional subtext, by saying that I have to be aware that text must be viewed literally. It's not true. It's not only literal. People speak in patterns and diction. When you read a book, if you read a book literally, that's not what I do, I guess. It's interesting that there's a double standard too between art. Well, art comes in the form of writing as well. That's my 2 cents. Take it or leave it, I suppose. And I welcome anyone else, right? It's another day, another time. It's good that we come to these conflicts of interest early so that there isn't any form of dependency or loss of investment. I don't think I've lost much, and I don't think anyone who can easily avoid people, avoid responsibility, and also like have zero emotions when they express, and tell people that they express zero emotions when they write things. That's probably easy for them too, their comfort zone. Right? All right, that's a wrap. I'm a little bit belaboring the point now. All right. So until next time, for those who are only interested in WaniKani or maybe anything else that typically comes up in the day, thank you, thank you. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and yeah, I'll be back for Hansi Hero. Thank you, thank you.